Good evening. This is Fallen Dice, and welcome back to some more StarRupture here on Twitch and YouTube. So between episodes, I did some more planning. A couple things we got taken care of. So this is what we're going to be building today. And it turns out I can actually make this really nice with the storages here, more on the back side, and then from here it's just going to go. So we have 5, 5, and 5. Kind of matched up pretty good. So we'll be able to send out 3 5 wides to our next zone. But we will be making... What was our final tally? 240 calcium powder. Oh, that's the normal thing. 40 rotors, 240 tubes, 20 stabilizers, 120 stators, 120 ceramics, and 120 inductors a minute. I went a little bit negative here because, again, with all the little buffers we got, I'm okay with a little bit of negative, and it'll, of course, again, backfill our storage. So we're going to get a couple things of storage for all the basics, sheets, housing, beams, and then we'll be sending it back out. So we keep increasing that buffer because it's going to take us a while to get all the way to the end. So by the end, there's just going to be buffer on buffer on buffer on buffer. So we should, everything goes well, we should be able to really feed up these factories without having to go into these ridiculous numbers. Could you imagine a factory with 50? These are furnaces, 50, another 45, another 40. I mean, technically you could do this in multiple areas, but good grief, that's crazy. And I did go out and I did look at the second zone. So this is what we're going to be pulling in here. Finally getting our sulfur and helium. So coming in is going to be 500 rods, 300 beams, 480 sheets, 210 housing, 420 plates, 360 wire, 780 powder, 220 sheets, 240 powder for calcium, that was for wolfram, 480 helium, and 720 sulfur. It's all the stuff coming in. These are the items that are coming from the previous, so they kind of will be also adding into here. I haven't worried about doing all this kind of stuff yet, but we will get to that, and then of course we'll have our outs here. So plenty to do today. What I really want to start with, though, is I want to make a move. I want to take all of our stuff here and move it over to where we're actually doing all of our work. So full inventory. We're going to run over there, and I think I'm going to swap out. I do have and I have a few extras of those because I did start taking apart the other area over there. I just kind of ran out of time here before the stream here. So I do have that. So I think I want to try to make the big habitat for once. We'll just make one big one here. And maybe that's what we'll do for all these central ones, is just make like one big one where we can fit all the things that we want. All the storage, everything, without having to go 2 stories high or another one next to it. And then when we get to our next big build area, we'll probably do the same thing as we move through. There should be, besides the one we're here, there'll be one over there as a middle, one over there that's a far east, one up there that's a north, possibly another north, and then our final. So we still have a ways to go on gathering the resources from all around here. But once we do, I think it's going to be kind of a pretty cool. But this is where we're trying to move everything. I want to get it over here. But again, like I said, I want to have a big one. So that's going to be our first mission, first goal is going to be to get our new, I wouldn't say our base, but all of our items located over here, including the teleport. We'll move that over here as well. And that's just because we're going to be here for a little bit. And I might have to remove some of that over there that we put together for this base. Just got to find where I want to lay this down here. I don't know for sure if it'll fit right up here, but we'll see. But with all the mathing I did, I think this is actually going to look pretty cool for this input-output here. And our first, like I said, intermediate base where we're going to be making stuff other than just the the base items that we normally would make at our feeder bases. And then from there, running 3 lines out, which should be fairly easy. And I love the fact that it's just those 3 lines out, as opposed to last time where I had like 15 dispatchers, and that's where that craziness started. I already had 15 dispatchers sending it to the next area versus just 3 triple rails. So I'm excited to see how this turns out. But again, first off, I just need to get this cleared away. And it looks like all that I have in here are basic blocks. So we should... Well, again, we'll see. I would like to maybe take this thing apart. It's going to leave some stuff on the ground.
Within acceptable parameters.
What I could do, I could just put another small habitat right here. Maybe not. I just want one somewhere. Oh, I gotta wait for everything to cool down. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that should still be okay there. Again, this is just gonna be so I can put up one storage, and then I'll be able to pick up all the building blocks that fall over there. Although, do I really care? Nah, it's just gonna leave a little blank spot in the ground. I think we're fine there. Oh, good. It just dropped it at my feet, too. Perfect. Okay. Alright, so if I go and I build the big one, let's get up in the air first. I think I'm okay with that. Come back down here. Yeah, it's definitely bigger. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Of course it's even numbered. Why wouldn't it be? 1, 2, 3, 4. Good grief. Doesn't matter where I go. It's... Alright, you know what? You want to make me go even numbered? Then I'll freaking go even numbered. If you can't tell, I'm not happy. See, I like the other one because it gave you choices. There were both even and odd numbers, so you could really kind of pick what you wanted it to look like. The big one, it's even and even. No choice given. Okay, so that gets us to there. I still would like something that... Oh, yeah. Shoot. Should I have put those off of here? Yeah, I think so. And this part would be where I would consider putting in turrets and stuff while we're working over here, but we haven't gotten to that kind of point yet where we really have to worry about a lot of attacks here. There's other areas where it'll definitely get a little more crazy. Okay. Alright, so we'll come down from here. Again, not super happy, and I'm also not happy with you did that. I wish there was a way to tell it when I wanted it to do that and when I... See, again, why would you do that? Can I do it with a regular block then? Or are you gonna do the same thing? No. Okay. Just... It did! What? Why? What is the purpose of this thing dangling out like that? I've never understood this. And it completely messes with this going down here. It looks dumb. I really don't understand at all why it does that. Okay, previously I think we just used this, so we'll do that again. Yes, it goes into nowhere, but it still lines up. Oh my goodness, I don't understand. Okay. I think I want storage over here. Okay. Let's put in here. Basic. Building. Blocks. Let's go ahead and fill that thing up because we're going to be bringing stuff from the other base back here again, and it'll probably include some of these. Maybe I'll keep that one partial. Now, we haven't gotten to the point yet where I can make these. Unfortunately, that'll be that next area because in order for me to craft these, I have to have glass and some other things that I don't have yet. So we'll do that at the next area. Whoop. There we go. Okay. I hate that this is even. Oh my goodness. Okay, put the regeneration chamber in there. Recipe. Oh yeah, Lem goes over here and you tuck them in these two corners. Generation, equipment upgrade station. Here, it'll match better. And then I go recipe station and food station. Okay, I think we'll turn the wall facing here into a viewport, and probably this one because it's. Oh. Grab one more of these. Give us the view of that. Then I say, space we have left, we'll put in a couple more. And I might change my mind on some of these viewports. Maybe I'll put some more that way or something. Okay. There we go. I think there was what? A little more. Another piece here. Ammo. Standard ammo. Should be good to go with yeah, we're definitely gonna need more storage here. but at least it's going to make sense where it goes. Okay. We'll just put it on these two corners here. Oop. Need more intermediate.
Just what I need.
And standard. Cool. This is literally the first time I've ever used the large habitat. Where do I want to place the this bad boy down here? Okay. Starter factory. Now this will actually make it easier for us to go back and forth. And then once I'm done getting everything moved from here to there, then I'll go ahead and remove that teleporter, because we'll never need to really come back here again. Now I'm just trying to get all the items here. And I did see that at the other base that I have a bunch of limbs. Okay, we'll come get that in a sec. Yeah, there's a lot of limbs over there. So eventually have to bring that. Nice. Good old autosave. Alright. Intermediate, yep. Okay, HP food. Let's see, let's do plants first. Oh, I'm actually, this is kind of cool. I can put all my plants in here now again. Still wish there was a way to sort. Okay, where's my HP foods? Were they at the bottom? There we go. Leave these on the bottom, because I don't think I had room for everything in the food and drink. Cool. Alright, let's go back. Yeah. This definitely makes things easier to transfer, and I'll be able to do it when I get to the mid, because I've got one there already. But I will also, same thing, we'll just keep moving our main storage. It's what I've done previously, but it was a lot more difficult when you're, yeah, I don't care about those. It's a lot more difficult when you're doing it and having to run through everywhere. I have stuff up here too, don't I? Okay, not there. Oh, yeah, there we go. I'll grab that unless there's nothing else to grab. Yeah, we did. Yeah, because limbs are going to be a big one on their own, so we'll come back for that in another trip after we drop this stuff off. This is so nice having this, though. I never used it on my last one, even though I'd unlocked it. But I mean, right about the time I unlocked it was the time I was like, I need to start over. I need to try this. Well, not what we're doing right now. It was a different thing I wanted to start over. But this is our third time starting over. And again, using the same, call it theory, I guess, beginning. And I definitely need more slots for ammo. I didn't make a spot for, you know what? Let's make you pistol. Because as much standard as I have, I should probably put it in a big one. There we go. And even then, I'm probably going to fill this thing up. I definitely have a lot of ammo. And I was crafted it because I had the base in that next zone, and it was pretty big, and I was getting attacked, so I put up a ton, and I mean a ton of turrets. And this is the aftermath of it, is a ton of ammo. Okay, and war bonds. I guess we'll just put the war bonds in with those. That makes sense, I suppose. Heavy and more shotgun. Maybe this can be the last trip. I think I can get most of the stuff. Now this is where I have the making me question on whether or not I should take away that transporter. Because what I was thinking is, this is where I have my basic building material being crafted.
Yes.
I don't think I need 2 floors here, though, so I'm pretty sure I can take you down now. Does it really matter? Nah, it doesn't really matter. I'll leave everything here like that. And I guess for here, I'm just going to leave this here for now. Just, again, for when I need to come grab some building material. Until I can start making it or forwarding it from somewhere else. Okay. This is the lengths you go to not have to hand crank all these. Place them. Alright, you know what? I say that and then we're just going to do this. Okay. That works too. Okay, standard ammo. I think I only need 2. One shotgun. Oh yeah, food and drink. We got that as well, which is cool. Okay.
Ah, gotcha.
Hopefully this is enough to get us through this basic beginning part of this before I get to the next zone and I can finally make more of it. Okay. Again, that is calcium. And this is where our new base is going to be. And I have an idea how I want to do this part too. I think this is going to work well. All right. All right, it's already perfect. Cool, cool, cool. The only thing we need to change is this part here is not going to have a second floor. This worked out really well. It took me a bit because I was kind of playing around with a few different things and trying to figure out exactly how to make this work. And it was because I think I had the storage on a second one, and so I had all this empty space. And again, I probably spent about 45 minutes to an hour trying to figure out the layout of this thing. And then, yeah, kind of came up with this, and it was perfect. And I got to see on the other side, did I leave at least a post in there? If I left, yeah, you know what? Let's get rid of this on this one too. Next question is this: should I mean, technically, this gives me more available space to do things. So yeah, you know what? Let's go ahead and do this, and we'll cap it. I do like that. Let's come in on the other side, and we'll do the exact same thing. You know what? On this side, let's wait until we... Oh, actually, you know what? No, because they're not fitting in between these, so that does... I don't need that at all. So, yep, let's get rid of this. Okay, I think the first thing I really want to do is figure out what's in each one of these. Oh, wait. Okay, good. I didn't connect that. That's all I was caring about. Okay. So we've got to get this stuff run. Now my question was, if I put you here... Okay, are we going to get an honest answer on what's actually in here? That's right. I can't grab you from the drone. Gosh darn it. No. Are any of them? Yeah. That sucks. I was hoping I wouldn't have to do all this. Alright. Means I've got to take... Do I have another one? Yeah, let's take... I'm going to move you up here just so I can... So I'm going to have to make like a little thing to tell me what each one of these are, just for purposes of routing them into our storage containers. Okay, so let's do this to shrink those. I'm doing a lot up here on there. I'm just trying to make like a little, in my Excel sheet, little 5x5 thing so I can put what each one is. Okay, that will work. So let's see. On this one, I've got wolfram wire, plate, powder. Okay, so basically I'm going to come over here. Powder. And I want to get it on this thing, so that's the way I'm looking at. Powder. Sheet and wire. And we'll bring you back up here. Let's go to the next one. So that solves that one. Yeah, we're gonna have to travel back on this to get everything. I put in the fix thing, and I'm really hoping that it actually fixes it, because if it doesn't, and all these 5 wires are still looping around, I don't know what else to do. Okay, I think this next one is going to the... That's a titanium. There's 2 titaniums here, and then the 1 calcium down there. So the plan that I have for as far as getting there is I want to get it down to where coming from one direction it'll be at a certain height, another one will maybe be a couple blocks away but on another height. And then where'd you come from? And as they go off, there's going to be less and less things, and you know, and they'll all drop off at where they're supposed to go. At least that's the plan. Okay, a little more. Okay. Alright, so same thing here. This one was only 3, so we had beam, housing, sheet. Beam. And I just realized that I did forget. I needed 4, not 3. Okay. Alright, this one is done. Okay, yeah, I think if I get over to here, I should be able to reach both of those. The extended range for drone mod is...
That's a snack.
I don't think I'll ever be able to play without it. Hopefully it gets updated quickly after the update, whenever that does drop, because it's going to feel painful for however long I have to before it's updated. Can already feel it. Okay. Where are you guys connecting? Wait, did I not connect you? Hold on. Okay, it connected with that one over there. Okay. Whew. That scared me a little. Okay, so the far right is going to be calcium powder, calcium sheets. Oh yeah, I'm the wrong way. I'm supposed to be coming from this way. Okay. Come on. Okay. Calcium powder, calcium sheet. I believe that was what it was. Yeah, calcium powder, calcium sheet. All right, good, good, good. And then coming up here, this is that middle one. Wolfram sheet, wolfram wire, wolfram powder. Okay, and then we just need the 3 titanium outputs yet. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not, there's no way I'm going to reach all that, so I'll have to go a little bit closer. And then I still need to get the stuff from the other sides. But at least I've got this information here. And I think what I may end up doing on these is putting like a 5 to 1 in front of each one of these. 5 to... Yeah, because I do want it only going in on the one, so I've got multiple outputs. It makes things so much easier when you're running wire for actual machines and stuff. Yeah, if I have all 3 wires available to me. Okay. So we've got rods, sheets, beams. Correct. Yep. Okay, so we've got this done. Now I need to get the other inputs, but I have this line here, so technically I could run that, but I think I want to wait till I have everything. That's going to be the stuff from up there, the stuff from the starter base, and the stuff from the calcium. I need to get them all actually to the other side of there so they can run perpendicular to the set of lines that I have here. Yeah, this I think was the last one that took that path here. Yeah, I have a feeling this one here is going to look pretty good. It's not very big. It's not large, but the way I laid it out, I think it's going to actually look pretty tight. Pretty tight, very clean. Kind of what I'm going for.
That's a snack.
Oh no, I think this one over here was the last one of these. Yeah, I just keep grabbing the food. Like I said, it'd be interesting to get everything unlocked, even though I don't use it, just for completionist sake. Although I still got to figure out how to get that one. I still have yet to get any of that last one, that higher thing. And I was kind of hoping to be able to figure it out off of the, when I ran the Forgotten Engine. But the bug that glitched us out on that one didn't let us get all the way through to completion, so I'm gonna have to probably Google it. Actually, let's start from the other side, just so again we get the proper way of it, because I'm going to be looking at the wires coming as I back down the storage. Probably going to have to move the end one more to over here, because I will be dropping stuff into those ones. Nice, I can get rid of you. Okay. The outputs are there. Alright, let's move things to where they can actually join. Okay, that works. That gets us up there. I'd like to join it into... we'll see. The other one had 4 as well, so we just might end up doing that. Yeah, as long as they all start in the same spot, that's all that matters. Yeah, looks like we're just gonna have 4 like the other ones. But that should... they're coming there, then these ones need to come starting here, I think. Let's get this one first. I want them all positioned like the other one is, all next to each other, rolling through. Oh, I gotta put you one further forward. You has you going to there? There we are. I will still need to identify them, but at least I've got them positioned now, so I can make the same little cheat sheet for the other that I did for the other ones. See how this all looks once it's fully connected. This is why I do that. I was gonna try not to not do it and be like, yeah, it doesn't have to. No, it does. That was a very ugly connection. And I really hope they give us some kind of option to choose. You know, if we want to just spaghetti it, or if we're trying to do 90s. Not like this is too expensive. It would be nice if I didn't have to go through this level of craziness. This one's almost in. So that's 2 of the 4. At least this looks a little bit of a better turn than it did out there. Okay. That's not too bad either. I don't know why that other one was just so ridiculous. See, yep. That I can't do. That was a little much. And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to do that. And I'm gonna have to do that. Okay, why? Oh, you're on the same? Hold on. What is going on here? Oh, because yours... Yeah, no. I get what you're trying to do here, or what I was trying to do here, but nope. Okay, let's try that again. I think I was trying to go with the the larger footprint, but when it comes to making turns like this, that doesn't work. Unfortunately. And these, I think, are the stuff coming from our home base. This is more than likely the... We had wolfram and we had titanium, so we'll see when we go back to the other old base. At least I can use the teleporter for that part. Okay. Almost there. Like I said, I want it like the other side, so they all come in side by side. Get a nice clean run in. And then with the knowing what's on each one, we'll be able to pull them off into their individual storages, and then we should be good to go. Nope, that was wrong. Clicked. Not yet. There we go. And I think I have them in the right position too, that they're going to be able to go straight in where they're currently set up. Yep, we'll have to run those across to there. Let's see, let's at least get this up to the beginning point. I think that should be good. Cool. Let's run those last ones. I just want them right here where they're supposed to be. And like I said, that we just got to figure out what's on each one. And I'm still annoyed that it's not telling me properly, which means I'm kind of nervous that once I tell it to start running, they're going to start hopping again. Regardless of the fact that I installed the mod that should be stopping it. Which is definitely unfortunate. And by doing it this way, I think what we're going to do is we'll be able to put the stops where they need to be. So I don't have to keep deleting and redoing. I'm just going to start from... Well, nope, that's not what I was trying to do. I'm just going to start from where the first one is. So we'll look at, what goes there, and then we'll make it so that our first stop is right before it, so we can quickly peel it off before we move on to the next storage. And as we go down, we're going to have fewer and fewer cables to run, because they're going to run out when we reach the specific storage for each one. All right, same thing with there. It's going to run down this way, that way, this way, that way. Oh, good grief! All right, so this one is going to be facing this direction. So it's only going to be 4, whereas this one... Wait, I guess it was also 4. Okay, only this one's just going to be 3. For that starter one. Okay. Alright, Let's put you back up here. So the very first one's right here. So inside. Alright, so it looks like it goes powder and then sheet. C, pow, C, sheet. I'll follow it back once again just to make sure I did it correctly. And I did not. Which is fine. We'll fix that. But that's why you always go back and re-verify. Just that spin around threw me off and got me looking at the wrong direction coming in. Okay. Again. So this is the pattern here for these two. Oh, shoot. Gotta get closer. Yeah, just take the quick route. I realize I put this over here by this calcium as opposed to over there, so I might have to move it. Won't be now. It'll be later when I do it. All right.
I'm so thirsty, my head hurts.
All right, there we go. Oh, and this one will be fairly easy because it's coming off of these. Okay. Oh. This one. Housing. Sheet beam rod. Okay, and then the next thing is going to be to the left, and that's going to be our wolfram. Should go powder, powder, wire, plate. Okay, and then that means the only thing we have left to do is the titanium out there at a distance. Alright. I mean, it's kind of close, but it'd have to be like over here. And I can still do that. I could say put it over there. Yeah, it's gonna be fairly nice looking running the wires here. All right, up there is where we got to get. How far can I get? Oh, let's get up a little further. That's right, I also had outputs there. Again, I don't have to trace it as much, so this goes over to there, goes over to there. Oh, it's going to be the opposite, isn't it? Actually, technically, as long as I'm facing away from the outputs, doesn't matter where I go, it's always going to be the same side, left or right. So that makes this... That should make this somewhat easy. So that would be beam and sheet, or beam and rod. So it's going to be sheet, house, rod, beam. Cool. Alright, now let's head back. That was not as painful as I thought it might be. And I'm gonna like how they're gonna come out of that backside. Just 3 5x5s head up to there and go over the hill. I don't see a reason why we shouldn't be able to get this all finished tonight, and possibly even get started on 1 or 2 of the feeder bases over there. So we're an hour in. We've already moved the stuff here. Oh, that's a part of our moving all that. I already have everything in there. Oh yeah, so I do need to. So, was it rods, beams, sheet, housing? Rods, beams. Oh, nothing connected to it there. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Housing. And then it was powder, plate, wire, sheet powder. Powder. Plate. Wire. Sheet. Powder. All right, there we go. Okay, so the first thing is going to be calcium. All right, so looking at there we go. Let's get back up to here. Bring that up. Okay, so it's our farthest off one. It's going to be sheet powder, which actually works. Okay. So it's going to be let's put it right dead there. Okay. Here. And then that is the end of this 3-wire.
I'm detecting increased ruptural activity. Prepare for a wave.
You get what I'm trying to do here now. Yeah. All right. We'll do this afterwards. I need to put a cross down below each one and then another one in front of it so I can take it up into there. And then I also need to do the same thing with the sheets. So I think what I need to do is put like... So I have to be underneath here. It needs to be there. Nope. Actually, I think it needs to be one further over. Yeah. Alright, let's get over there. But that means I can take from here, and I can also take from the ones coming from the other side. They'll connect at that 3-to-1 there, and then the output of that will go up top to the storage. At least that's the plan. and we'll see how this works out. That's why I'm trying right here, because if it needs to be the backside coming out, what I would have to do, shift them up one, like that, and then the output of there would be one off from the cross to the right of it, and then from there it could kind of go up. So I'm going to try it first like this, and if that doesn't work, then I know I got to move it. But I haven't run any wires yet, so it's not too much of rework.
Rupture's eruption has started. Prepare for impact.
Good one, though. Well, one of the two is definitely going to work. Whether or not the first one works is questionable at the moment, and I'll be honest, I have my doubts. I think it needs to be on the other side going up. I don't know if it can do like a loop up like that. I don't think so. So I think I will have to move everything over just one spot, and then we should be good. Oh, yeah, I guess I should probably enable those just in case someone does chat here. Really wish I didn't have to do two of these just to make it symmetrical. Why would you make both sides even? That hurts my head. Hurts my soul. And it's funny, I've been watching... I knew the show was out, and I probably saw clips of it, and I had an idea of the characters, and I had an idea, you know, relationships, but I never actually just sat down to watch the show. So I've been watching Big Bang Theory. Usually at the end of my streams, I'll head downstairs. My cat comes over for some loves, and then I'll flip it on, watch a little YouTube, and then 4, 5, 6 episodes of the Big Bang Theory. It's such a good show, and it's funny watching Sheldon. I've got some understanding of what he's going through, whether it be myself or my son. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, so what we have to do... All right, let's take this... Again, 3 to 1. I want it here, but what I want to do... That's why I said I'll have to move everything up one, is I put a cross here. Because what that does, it lets me take the output of all those, feed it into the side, and then bring it up. Oh, yeah. Hold on. I didn't try to do it with something on the edge. I forgot that I knew I was going to have to put the cross on the edge. Yeah, no. Still doesn't work. But it will work here. So I just need to plug it into there, and then that plugs into there. I forgot that I needed to do this, so let's get this knocked out for all of these. And technically, let's get rid of this one, but we might as well put in the whole connection for each one of these. So all we got to do is we're running across is to plug into one of those. Again, that goes there. I think the only one I might need to think of... Well, only ones, plural. Rods is going to have a... Oh, no, it's 2 different steps, so 3 to... Okay, never mind. I don't think I have anything that's got more than 3 inputs coming in. Rods, beams, sheets. I don't think so. Okay, we should be good doing it just this way then. Alright, well, let's see. They're all going to be coming in at this height, so I don't see a reason to try to match. Oh boy. Well, this one's going to be straight in. What about this one? If I put you here. Yeah. Starting from here, we can just go straight in. Don't know if no, up here I would definitely need to still the other way, but the rest of these, yeah. Okay, that's be a little bit different looking. I mean, it's still gonna have, you know, coming in the front over there. But this will get our inputs in. Again, I only want to use the front input, so I technically, if I need to, I have all three of the outputs. And I don't need you. If I put you here, could I make this connection from here? Nope. Still the same. Although, in this case, I'm going to have to move you one back. Okay. The rest of this will just be normal. I love that the wires can make this trip up with this small little gap there. It makes everything just a little cleaner, a little more satisfying. Okay, everything's fed into there. Okay, so again, like I was saying, we're gonna have to move everything up one. Go here and here. And now that it's been a sec, yeah, powder's on the right. So we'll connect them both to here. No. That's not what I want. I'm wondering if I should just bring in the calcium from the other side to make this connection. I think these ones I'm going to have to go a little bit taller to make everything match. Okay, the next thing is going to be wire, sheet, and powder. Okay, coming from down here. So titanium. Okay. Powder, wire, and plate. Is it in order? No, the wire and plate are opposites, which is fine. Okay. So I am going to have to get this to go above. Will this work for all of them? Is that the height we need just to get over the top? I don't want to go crazy high, because then I'm going to bring them back down. Okay, good. That is high enough to make the trip. And then I want to come right back down because I want the stuff coming from the other side to be able to go over the top, because all the stuff's going to be kind of coming underneath, so it's still going to have to fit somehow. I'm crossing my fingers that this works, because, like I said, when I built this one in this area the first time, the incoming, because it was coming from all over the map, was so chaotic and just nasty. Just the worst spaghetti that you could think of, and it wasn't just underneath, it kind of spilled out, and that's the part that really not happy, because I understand this underneath there is going to be a bit of spaghetti, but that's why I have the spaghetti floor. I just don't want it to be spaghetti here. Okay, so the second one. Oh shoot, which line was it? Powder, wire plate. Okay, it's all right. Gotcha. It's this one. Okay. Needs to go one more. I'm going to bring you down. And same with you. And this is basically where that line ends. So I don't have to worry about bringing it back up. The whole time here it'll be low. Again, giving us the ability to bring the other side over the top. Or even some of this stuff over the top again. Okay, actually I think this needs to be higher and that, so that I can drop the other one below. Damn. So the question is, if I bring you to here,
is in its stable stage. The climate of Arcadia is returning to normal.
and then down to here, can I still bring you? I can. Okay, good. That's those. And I think I'm going to do all of this powder is going to go into this one. And I'll use the other one for powder from the other direction. Oh, dang it. Two powders. Yeah. One's gonna feed into. You know what? Again, for making sure that this can actually do it to the other side. Let's keep it low. And there is the possibility I might have to go redo the approach back there for some of the other ones, depending on whether, if I cannot get the calcium from this side to feed in. Okay, that's the wolfram. Oh, I hadn't done it yet. Never mind. Same thing here. Weird.
Arcadia
Apparently
7
we're underwater.
has finished regenerating.
Okay, why would you not let me go any further? I want to make sure that these are all, again, easy for the other side to pass through. And I understand I don't need to stay with the 5s, it's just rather keep making sure everything's pathing the way it's supposed to. Okay, calcium and wolfram so far, nice, clean, somewhat 90-degree runs. Okay. Housing, sheet, beam, rod, sheet, housing, rod, beam. Not even close to being in the same. Alright. Well, I'm going to put this up where I can see it. Alright, and then what's the first thing we have? Actually, let's at least get everything over there. Okay. Just need to make sure you're at a height that everything can get over. That'll work. Get everything from there over to here. And then we'll be repeating this from the other side going the other direction. But I like this. I like how we're doing this. Struggling for that word. I think this is going to give us, like I said, the cleanest look that we're going to get as far as like lines and stuff like that. And I think I need to make sure this outside one goes first, so it'll be easy for this one to kind of continue around. Alright, that gets us to there. Okay, our first is housing. So technically... Okay, and this one we're going straight in. If I get up. Two lines with housings coming in. Okay, I think I also want to go a little bit higher here. Well, actually, that's actually already in the perfect height for the non-housing. All right, and then I think what we're gonna have to do is I'm going to actually need to do this. Let's just go 3. We're making a new run here. Okay, so coming off of the first one, the housing is here. And off the next one, the housing was here. And I just need to run you again over here to go low, given the ability for the other to get here. Okay, let's change this. I lied when I said I don't think there's anything that I need 5 of. These spots here, I think that might not be a bad idea. Okay. So you go up. The other one can go over the top. Is the plan. Now the other concern is the fact I probably should have ran those in this whole line inside. It is what it is. Okay. Fingers crossed that we don't end up regretting this down the road here when we start the other side. I mean, worst case, I could actually run them outside this way so they can go over the top, but I think we should be good. Okay, so the only ones connecting to here are the actual spots. The rest of you go over the top and continue on. These are the last two lines going this way. Yeah, my concern is that I've got these wires going straight down this line that the other one's going to need to go on too. And because these are already run, I can't put something in between, which is why this would have worked better if I had realized and tried to go first, maybe having this side go first this way low, so this side could have come in high over the top. But it's already too late. Okay, yeah, let's get the rest of these connected. Oh no, I did these to the wrong thing. Okay, I was wondering why I was missing the tie off. Alright, let's try this again. Go up to the higher one. Okay, next one we have our sheets. So on this one, it's the first. All right, how did we do it up in the air? How did we do it before? Uh-oh. I missed a spot. I did get that one for some reason, but I didn't get this one. Okay, and then you became... Oh, gotcha. That was back on the wolf room. Okay. These guys are up over here. So I think as this is sheet, and I do have sheets on both, right? Okay, and this one, the sheet is on the bottom. This one, the sheet is here. This one again needs to be the bigger one. I was definitely wrong about that. I'm going to need these. Okay. Go there. There. That actually worked out good. And then, of course, we run... Don't need to run that one anymore. That one's all gone, so it's just going to be this one. And again, it just needs to be tall enough for them to make it over. Oh no, I do still have stuff on this end. Okay, these two continue on, and same with here. Okay, now I've got beam and then housing, right? Oh no, beam and then rod. Okay, so beam onto this one. And beam on this one is there. And beam on this one is there. Okay, same thing. You go to there. You go to there. There. You gotta. Oh no, that's. Neat. Maybe it could be this. Try that again. Oh, is that what I had there already? Could be. Okay. And then the last one would be rods. Okay. Spin this one around there. And I think I'm good with this because oh. Alright, nope, that's not tall enough. Oh yeah, we go from here. Go to there. Thing right here. Bring you. Nope. Off by one. Bring you to there. Yeah. Actually, no. Because you guys on the other side will take the other one. Do need to. Okay, I gotta delete you. You guys got too close because you can't make the turn for the rods. And that is important because the rods are right here. And I think I am gonna make this change. And this time we'll be starting from the opposite side. We'll be starting from the titanium first and moving our way towards the others. And normally I wouldn't like to do this without the angles, but for some reason with these 5 wides, when they move like this, but they're still kind of connected to each other, they actually don't look bad. Some of these are going to die pretty quick. I think these 3 ones are mostly titanium, right? One of them's wolfram, one of them's titanium. Oh no, wolfram, yeah. One of them's wolfram, one of them's titanium. That's fine. Nope, you're off. Yeah, originally I was gonna like run them on the inside, but because they're all running down the middle, I wouldn't be able to actually pick anything off and run because I would be trying to place supports in the middle of already existing wires, which wouldn't work. Okay. So this is calcium, calcium, so titanium beam, sheet, rocks? What the heck is... Rod. Okay, what the frick? Okay. So the first one is going to be... Is that the only rods I've got coming back from there? Hold on. S 60 rods, 120 rods. Something's not right. I gotta figure this out. Something. Okay, no, I got 1 and 2, so it's 3 and 4. 0 rods. Okay, correct. Okay, no, it is. Forgot the first 2 came from the other side. All right, so from this side, I've only got rods coming from one place. And that's this first wire here. So I'm going to come down to here so everybody else can go over the top. And you're just going to come down and connect. There's no reason for any of the other stuff. And then that makes our next place beams. It's gonna cut off. Alright, I need to get down. So if I can actually bring you down quite a bit and still make the turn, right? Okay, that'll make the turn. I would actually prefer to do that right here. Yeah, for the turn. And that's beam. Actually, I think first we got to get the all of them back here again. Let's get everything else over here. Just like the other one, it'll start shrinking as we continue down and more things get pulled off. But once again, the plan is for this to have a nice, very clean look as we pull everything off to fill those up, as opposed to last time where everything was just chaos. I wasn't happy. Every time I came over here to visit, it was kind of annoying. Oh, shite. Actually, you know what? It would be much easier just to... this one. Yeah, I don't want to deal with that one again. Okay, and that was here because it wasn't letting the other stuff go over the top of it. And that is not bueno. Let's get through this autosave. Putting these together would be so much easier if I really could, if I cared less about how things looked. Then again, what fun would it be to watch something if someone was just making chaotic spaghetti? I mean, I guess some people probably like stuff like that, but... that's right, this was a 5. Yeah, but that is just, that's not the way I build. Okay, so now here we are. So I have you. And you still make it over. Okay, gotcha. And I've got you. To also make it over. Okay, so this is again beam. So on this outside. Uh-oh. No, I was in the right spot. This one doesn't go there. You go away. Okay, again, in this one, it is the middle. And on this one, it is far right. Okay, and those are the only ones. Okay, so that's... oh, no. Nope. That's cool that I can do it that way and then come in, because it actually helps to tie it in. Oh, you're not going to let me... I was going to try to connect them down low, but I'm not rerouting everything right now just to make these connections. Wait, and now you're colliding? Oh my goodness. We're already starting to go into a way that I'm not happy. You know what? Yep. Not happy. So, that should allow me to make that turn. It's just the ones coming from these sides should match. Oh. There we go. Perfect. Oh no, you were supposed to go over the top. The reason I was not able to connect there was because of that. Now... perfect. I am curious why nothing is running right now. Oh, I probably... so I've had this issue before, so what I'm probably going to have to do is, once we're done lining everything up, I'm going to have to do a restart. Because for whatever reasons, because it's so far away, it's not allowing me to do what I want to do. Okay. Keep this going. I think it does look kind of cool being on different height levels and still kind of plugging in. Yeah, so far, it still looks better than my previous version of this. Slowly but surely we'll peel all this off. one's already done. To 3. From 5. Not bad. Okay, next one is sheets, then housing. Alright, so I got sheet on that one. Same spot for each. Okay. So I have to do the exact same thing we did on the last one, which is probably going to be... Okay, you actually plug in directly. There was how we did it last time. I think that's about as low as I can go to still make it, if I'm not mistaken. And that's going to be... there. To there. And I need to bring you down. And you are coming from... Oh! I hadn't noticed that. Okay, you're coming from here to there. You are coming from there. Oh, it's a calcium. Okay, so titanium sheet from there. I mean, yeah, and then titanium sheet from... no, from there. Alright, there we go. And you plugged into... come on, there we go. Perfect. Okay, that's sheets. And then your housing. Beam sheet, rod. I only have one. Darn it. Did I do it on all of them so far? You're right. Rod. Beam. Sheet. Okay, you're right. It's just this second one isn't over here. Uh-oh. Okay, that one I did right. Okay, good. Just this one that I messed up. All right, good, good, good. The right height, that is. Okay, that was almost a boo-boo. Okay, goes to there. Alright, and that goes to there. Alright, good. And then this one's housing, right? Yep. Okay. So I'm gonna do the same thing here. But we only have to do it in one place, and that's here. This again. Nope, nope. This again. peel off what's left. Okay, and then the outside, middle. Okay, so it's only those two. All right, just making sure. You guys are all here because I believe you're Wolfram. Okay, you're only one left, just that middle rung. And you are all still here. There we go. But you're all Wolfram, so you're about to start peeling off as well. Interesting to see this once it's all done. Again, it's all right angles and it's all nice and clean, so I'm already happier than I was on my previous world. Again, even from above it doesn't look bad. It's almost like wires crisscrossing over it. It's like a schematic, basically. Okay. Alright, so this is going to be the Wolfram powder from this place. Okay, so it's this one and that one. That's right, I need to make sure you're tall enough to get over this. Hold on, I think you needed to be one further forward is how we had to do it last time. Okay. Oh no, it's over here. Okay, in this case, it's you. Here. Okay. Make that turn, it goes up into there. Okay, this next one. Okay, it's also powder, so we're going to bring it down here to sheets. We'll go here. Cool. Whoa. Different with this. Oh, we crisscross into other territory. Everything should have been off by one more. Alright, yeah, it's fine. Again, when it's these things and they're all kind of swerving together, it's okay. Just the two here. Okay, so now we have plate and then wire. Or sheet. Okay, so on this one, it's the far right. have to go over. Yeah, because I'm connecting up to there, I believe. Let's see. You are definitely not in the right spot. And you are definitely not facing the right direction anyway. Okay. It was this one. And I think the way we had to do it last time. Did I think need to be. Let's try. Okay, let's try that. Okay, again, it's you. You. Yeah, and that was facing the wrong direction anyway. Oh, nope, that one has to be this way. Well, let's see if it works. I think this will work. Nope. Of course, you're blocking the way.
Rupture activity detected. I recommend finding a safe place.
Okay. The first really major oops. Now, what if I went? I still need to be able to get those across to there. Yeah, I need to be able to use the drone to kind of really get an actual good feel for where it's going. We're almost done, and I can start putting together all the fabricators and furnaces, which we've already mapped out. And then it's just going to be a matter of running the cables. But I think because we did that, again, the first time I did this, I had stuff coming in from 3 sides, and then I was trying to feed them all into storage buffers along one side, and I had wires crisscrossing everywhere. And then that was also before I realized I could actually go up and down inside, or one block behind and in front of all the different factories. So this is going to look a million times better than it did on my last build. And then the outputs I think are going to look really good. Although, question mark. Housing fits. I think I was trying to make things make sense. Inductors, yep, they go right into here. Those will be running straight from back there. 6 things of inductors, and then ceramics up to there. Yeah, actually, I think route output is going to be real easy to route. And that's just going to be a matter of running all of these, the excess, through there, which is going to be what? Well, even though these are negative, they're still gonna. I think I'm still gonna have, as soon as it buffers up and it fills and it's completed on all the things they're making, it will still start to buffer up on the rod. So I'm still gonna make everything. Question is, do I just run each of these all the way across, but on the floor? It's a possibility. Have everything in nice straight lines to make it easy to feed everything. Even back here. Yeah, we should be able to do this fairly easily. Yeah, hoping to have as small of a mess as possible. And technically, I suppose I could, because it's not that
Dehydrated.
far. So actually, I think what I could do is I could run all the returns from the input buffers to the output buffers. I could run them all the way up to the ceiling and only have it come from directly behind it or beside it. See if I can run it up to there and then put the other one directly in front of it off to the side on the other one. That way it's not doing anything in the middle, leaving it completely open for routing. But at the same time, yeah, I think that'll work. Now I just gotta figure out how to make this work. Okay, and not be jumping when I... Come on. Why am I still up in the air? See, that's what I'm trying. I don't wanna be floating. I give up. Apparently I'm gonna be floating. If I went up one more, I don't think I have a choice. Let's try that now. Okay, that was again coming from here. Wolfram Sheets, right? Hold on. I didn't mean to do that. What would be the straight shot? If I went down to here. Oh, I had it where I wanted it to. I might just have to do it this way. Now let's try this again. Okay, sheet is there. I suppose what I also could have done is I could have run it down to that point there. But now I can make it. Alright, we're good there. Okay, I still need to run the rest of them. Wire. Okay, you need to go lower. Because I still need to be able to drop something else afterwards. Okay, that should be good. Ooh, and technically... Still work. Alright, good. Moved it away from there so I can still... Yep, I think that'll work. It's funny. Some of them went... The water's weird. the way it played that. Okay, you're down to just this last one spot. As are you. Okay, and as are you. Damn it. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to do this. Yeah, because the way I did that, it went right in front of the other one, preventing it from being able to go forward. Technically, I can probably now skip this altogether. And I could have used these cross things the whole time. I was just kind of trying not to. Wait, what do we... Oh, it needs to go up one. Gotcha. Never mind. I see. I should have looked just to be sure. Yep, one more. Okay. Same again, down to you. And out of there. Okay. So now I can take you to there. So I got one. Alright. This next one is... That was sheet, so now we got wire. And let's see. Middle of that one is wire. Far right of that one is wire. And technically I have nothing stopping me from doing it again. You know what? We're just gonna do this again. And I can basically run it straight from there. Okay, and that one's done. Wait, why are you even still here? You should be gone already. Right here. Oh. Okay, that's wrong. Gosh darn it. Frick. You're right, you were sheet. So you were supposed to come from this one. Okay, making mistakes. We're making mistakes here. Okay, so that was supposed to go to there. Which means I can't do you like that. What am I doing? I keep getting turned around. So for this one, the sheet was middle. No, it was second over. So it was that one. No, it was middle. What am I doing? Which one is this? Sheet. Okay, it is that one. Definitely not that one. Okay. So sheet comes in. Oi, oi, oi. What am I doing? Okay. Make sure this other sheet was good. So... sheet was far left. Okay, that's right. Okay, moving up. Let's see. Let's put these... continue these. And this is second from the right. or from the left. See, that's how I keep messing this up. That's exactly how I keep messing this up. I have to be looking at it this way for the where things go, not the other direction. Oh man. Okay, so you still continue to there. Okay. So on this one, so it's housing sheet. So beam's over here. So middle was beam. Okay. Far right was rod. Sheet was here.
Rupture status.
Okay.
Stable.
And there was no housing here, so then from there it continued on. And I needed nothing there. So it's on this side. Far right was beam. Yep. Alright, middle was housing. Far left was sheet. There we go. And then middle is housing. What the heck is going on here? Okay, that's Wolfram sheet. That's right. Okay, so it's housing is here. Okay, and that was supposed to be this. That's where I messed up. Goes to you. Am I hitting that? Gotta go higher. So it's not gonna let me. I'm gonna have to go over the top of that. I don't think you're gonna let me go across there either, are you? Let's check this first. Okay, it did. Alright, good. Alright, so this one we're done. Nothing else on this line. Okay, and then Wolfram powder on here. Yep. And the far two lefts for powder. 3 going in, going to there. Okay, that's good. Alright, so that leaves me calcium. Powder, wait, no. Oh, wire. Sheet wire. Okay, so you are wire. I've got that wire, but I also need to connect this wire, which there's nothing says we can't just what the didn't place for me. All right, there we go. So let's take you down so you don't get in or interrupt something else. Okay, I'm hoping this lets me still go through here. Okay, so that one's... Oh, this one's done. Wait, and that one's done too. Yeah, wire. So all that's left is sheets. That's already been used. Okay, so nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. All that's left now is you. And I should start deleting the stuff that is no longer needed. When it's suddenly no longer needed. Okay, good. So yeah, all that's left is these. So I've got to do... Okay, powder goes above. Uh-oh. Meh, it's not crossing it. Oh, never mind, it's only one thing. There. There. Don't have a choice on that one. I can't go any higher. This is already going high. Alright, and then... put it here. There we go. Okay, all of our inputs are there. Good. Okay, now we can actually start placing our factories. And actually, you know, first let's place our storage because I want to take care of that here real fast. So let's bring... So you know what? I'm going to move you up here where I can actually pay attention to you. So the way I set it up is it's going to be, and again, I'm trying not to build anything on top of supports. It was there. And then it was what? Skip one spot. Okay, do the same thing. Nope. Not do the same thing over there because we're bridging that gap. Okay, there we go. Skip one. Outside base core. Oh no. Okay, that's gonna bother me, or it's gonna affect me with some other things too. I think I have hearts in here because I did move everything, so that's good. I don't have to go all the way back. Yeah, I just need one.
Gotcha.
Okay. Back over here. I think it just needs to go up on that hill there. Well, I'll see. I need to find out if there's any other places, but the fact that I was able to build the other storages on the backside there shows that they were covered by something. Probably that one over there. Yeah, that one. Okay, I need to come back this way because it needs a little more overlap. I learned that the hard way. Okay, now... Yeah, the line itself, the beginning of the line is where you can no longer build, so I need some overlap. And then you went up to about there. Alright. Yeah, that works. Now, what's the height? Make sure it's actually in the ground in the spot where I want it to. There we go. Now I can go back to these. thing on this one again. Okay, why do you keep changing heights? I don't get that. And the last one is just all spots filled up. Gotcha. Alright, let's go ahead and start laying out our machines. And I also put in effort to not put machines over supports. So I think this is the first time I really kind of took supports in mine. So again, you can kind of see where all these are. So I always put them either in front or in between. So when you build on top of these, especially up top, it replaces that support, and then you have a whole bunch of other stuff that suddenly is no longer supported, even though there's a block there, but it isn't considered a support block. So that's something that I've been struggling with as I'm kind of playing these. Okay, so this corner here is a support. So the first one goes up here. Yeah, but we do want the outputs going that. What the heck? Where and why would you build that there? How did you let me build through an entire floor? I don't get that. Okay. Alright. Yep. There we go. There's one there. And then we basically, everything gets a block space. Okay. And then on the other side. Okay. Again, that spot there, just above me on the right side, would be a support beam. So we're placing all these in front of, but not directly in front of, because we don't want is to have, here, I'll bring this up here again. So each one of these, there's going to be an output here and an input here. So I don't want there to be a support block directly in front of those outputs, because it affects my ability to place things down. So again, I was very intentional in how I designed this one. Spent a bit of time on it, but again, I think it kind of the end product is going to work out much better than had I tried something different. Okay. And also, you know, again, intentional in placing all the same type of factories next to each other or across from each other, so I can just, for the most part, run a line instead of having to go through all kinds of things to get stuff where I wanted it, and then making a mess of wires below. How many spots in between? Oh, I may be off by one spot where I was trying to put things. We'll see when I get to the other end. Yeah, I was off by one block. Okay, now I gotta replace these. And I think it's because I wanted to make sure that I was able to put a block. So the output would have been here as opposed to here, and then yeah, then we end up having an issue where it's not an even, the exterior is not completed. I got gap holes with stuff coming through, so that's why the design was like this. And with the offsets, you can see I can, if I needed to, I can run stuff down the entire length of these. They're not blocking each other's inputs or outputs. Okay, so that's on this one. And these are all the fabricators. Now we get into furnaces. And it's just a line of furnaces. And why? What the hell? This is what I'm referring to. So I can build here. And I could build there. But in this whole section here where it's actually supposed to go, I can't build. Alright, I think on this one again, there's no reason for it to go that far out. So we are going to move this one. And if you just delete it, as opposed to telling it to self-destruct, you don't end up having everything else destroyed. Okay. Good. Now it goes the entire extent of that. And we still cover those, and I don't care about over there because you're covered by up there, I believe. We'll have to see. If I have to, I can bring that one down a bit. Actually, you know what? I probably should. That's in danger of that not working. I also don't want that. Okay, barely. Okay, so now... Okay, and that was important that I was able to cover... Oh, but I... Okay, and that covers that. Okay, good. Overlapping is important. But now... You guys are covered. Okay, overlap. Okay, good. Alright, yep, we're good. Crisis averted. Okay, now we go to furnaces. Okay, and these ones, 1, 2, 3, 4 above, and then over to here. And then again, the same thing, one block, because that block is going to be where the support is. And same thing over here. And part of the reason I went into the negative on some of these was because I had too much blank space, so I wanted to fill them with something, so I did go through and add in a few extras of some machines. Again, with the buffers, we should be fine. Okay. There's all our machines set up. Okay. Now what I need to do, well, first off, again, this is way better looking than the first time I did this. I promise it is. Okay, what I would like to do, at which point am I able to go over the top of this? Is this the height that is? Okay, I'm going to copy you. Come over this side. Ooh. Okay, is this the same height? No, that's off by a bit. And it's going to take a few tries probably to get this correct. I am still... okay, come on. Like I said, it's going to take me a few tries to get this right. And the part that's throwing me is the fact that it's on a hill. Damn it. Alright. So it looks like it's higher than it actually is, compared to the blocks the other direction. Okay, so that's 1 too high. Perfect. Now I know where to place this one. What I'm trying to do is give me a path across from where my habitat is to up there. And then probably put something going off the side as well. I'm pretty sure this is not that same height. In fact, it needs to go up one more. Can I go up one more? Okay. So let's see if I can fit that in there. If not, then I would have to put it down even lower. Okay, good, good. It did work. Perfect. This is going to be absolutely perfect. So now I should be able to... Yep, run you straight across. Which I can't do with a regular set of blocks. It's not going to... It won't have enough support, but I can with that. Okay, so now this one needs to go up one higher. See if it'll actually be able to. Do I have to support it? Okay, I have to support it. Perfect. I wouldn't care about this if it weren't for the fact that I accidentally built that over there instead of over there, which means I'm going to be using this a bit. That's the gentler slope. I want the steeper slope. Yep, and we're in the way. Now, since we're coming off of support, we have a lot more distance I can run without actually having an additional support. Cool. Give myself a few ways to come down. I don't know if I'll be able to make it this way because the ground is slanting away. Just short. Right. Okay. Yep, that's me. Cool. So now I can get up to here. This is to get me to the lower level. Oh, are you kidding me? Okay, up one more. And the lower level is gonna have to go through or underneath the these. Okay, hold on. I don't want to have the whole thing come up because I'm already worried that I'm hitting my head. If I did this already. Yeah. Dang it. I don't want to do that. I mean, technically, I'm going to be coming out over here. Is there a spot that I could run to from here? Yes, there is. And that is the height I need right there. Okay. Getting myself turned around again. Okay. Am I able to... Nope, I would need to go up one higher. Okay. So we're going to go up a little bit higher than what our platform area there is. And then basically we're going to have to come down. Goodness. Nope. Still not high enough. Okay, because you're there. Okay, not stable. Okay, I think that will work. That height. So much extra stuff just to get it the way I want it to be. Okay, now let's see. If I put you on the same thing across here. I should now be able to make it across. Connect us here. Now, am I able to... Oh, perfect. Oh, I love it when it works. Nice. But I don't want that there because it doesn't. I don't think I can put another one there, so I think we're fine now. Alright, cool. Alright, whole purpose behind this was I needed to be able to get up on there so I can do some programming. Okay, and then I should probably give myself a path down from here as well, because I do always find myself falling off. Alright. So I need to get over first, and I need to program these. And the plan that I have for these outputs see, I put you there. The intention would be to then place you here and run you up as high as I can go and take it all the way over there. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, should probably start from there then. Yeah, before I start routing things, I would like to run some things. So let's start from the beginning. I suppose if I went from here, that works. Okay. And then titanium rods is all the way here at the end. Can I make this trip? If I can, this works. I'm trying to run the excess backstock back to... There we go. Back to here. So I'm not making any, so the only way that I'm going to be getting any rods is going to be coming from those. And I think it wouldn't be a bad idea, again, to go from here to there. And then connect them. Okay, so the next one is beams. And that's what I have on my map. Okay, same thing. And the reason I'm doing all this is I want to make sure that I've got what's the word I'm looking for? Basically, the groundwork taken care of for all this stuff. I want to make sure I leave enough room to run things too. So, do I get... So the way this one would go, the output would be... Alright, let's do that. Let's actually make sure we got all these in place before I do anything else. Because as long as I got this, then I know for a fact that I'm not going to interfere with anything else. Which makes sense. That really should be the first thing I was doing. I'm trying to run the extra stuff out of those. It's not the correct order. Let's actually just do this first. We'll run through, get the holes, and then we can drop the crossbar. And I would like to run them. So since we're doing it this way, otherwise I have to keep swapping what it is I'm using. So I think this is way faster. Okay, you guys are done. So now I can make the connections. Inputs and outputs, I think, are going to be the more important part. Outputs are easy. Inputs, I got to make room for multiple things. So there's going to be some spaghetti and some ugliness underneath. That's why I make the 2 floors, is so that I can make the top floor, which is the floor most normally seen, look clean. I'm going to do the same thing, only this time the crossbar goes underneath the input of the furnaces. Gives a little bit more space here for the rest of it, especially since I gave myself like 4 blocks, so that's actually going to come in really handy for routing stuff. And I got to make sure I look at numbers. Numbers are important because I don't want to have too many things on one line to the point where it starts to lag out. Which I did in previous ones. I ran like 2 or 3 different items on the one line because it was more convenient with the number of stuff I was doing. And then there was some bottleneck. Not serious, like it wasn't like game-ending bottleneck, but it definitely was some bottleneck. And I got to figure out why I just lost a block down here. What the heck happened here? That is weird. Okay, so same thing again. All the inputs are going to be 1 wire though, so I'll have everything kind of plugging into that. I could set it up with 3, you know, and having all the different wires coming in. I've come to realize, as far as a clean, minimalist look, it's easier to do it like this. Again, make all the inputs meet up underneath. In which case, it's going to be pretty easy because this just needs to connect on this one, and then these ones will run all the way through because these are all inductors across these 3 floors, and then these ones are ceramics. Or sorry, ceramics, inductors, and then titanium housing. Alright, let's do the same thing over here. And looks like these outputs are just going to fit right on the one below it. As long as it still works, we're good. If not, then I'm going to have to revisit how far in I put those. Alright, so if I put you here, again, you're the output. Okay, I can do that there. Okay, that'll work. And we're just going to have to be okay with that because the normal place I would put the output is that middle gap block that I can't use. This is what protects us from the insanity that is the block leg, or the block update leg. We're not talking a cool thing like the Minecraft bud. This is pretty nasty when it comes to large column parking lot builds, where you just make this big giant thing to put everything on. Every time you update anything, it's got to go through and update This block has to update those ones, and then now these ones have to. It gets really bad if you don't manage properly what you're trying to do. So again, that means I don't have roads that connect me from there to here. Instead, I'm going to be using the teleporters, which I am very much happy to have. Like starting at the beginning again, but having all your unlocks makes it much easier because I don't have to make roads to try to get from one place to the other or be running across it. And I've already got so many plants, and I don't feel like I'm going to be missing out on plants either. So, kind of like the best of both worlds, I guess. All right, let's just get all of our holes in. Because these ones are going to be fairly near each other, the outputs and these inputs. Just a couple blocks to the side, but they're going to be, I believe, on the same horizontal line. And again, I think my initial idea of trying to run all of the storages to each other would have made it a lot harder for me to route the actual blocks that I need to route. So we're just gonna see already. See, that's why, because you don't understand, you don't see what the consequences are until everything's done. That would have been bad. That would have been really bad. Because this goes down an entire length of inputs and outputs, and those I wouldn't be able to use those blocks. Yeah, that would have been bad. Oof, that would have been really bad. Okay, so let's get back under here. Now, riding those is going to be interesting. And I might still run some of these after I've got these placed if I run them high enough. But we won't know until we... And these need to be at the height that I'm putting them. That's something I've come to the realization of, is it's not something that I can just change heights on. It works, and it works in a specific way. So at this too high block that I have, the output has to go one block past the hole, whereas on the inputs, it's directly underneath the input. Gotcha. So it actually isn't on the same path. It's still got a one block difference. But doing this part first, now all I have to do now is route things to it. At least I know where these are, and this is how I typically do it. I've also done it before where I had the floor, so I could actually run, like, say, outputs to the ground directly beneath where we're actually routing things. And it does work, but the problem is this has two different heights. Like, I could do it here, but I wouldn't be able to do it over there. And it's one of those things where it needs to be consistent for it to look good. Okay, I guess I wasn't done with these. Oh, maybe I didn't go far enough. Yeah, because they're there. Okay, and they're there. Gotcha. For whatever reason, I just didn't go far enough here. Oh, that's right. Input. Output. 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 And then we'll go underneath and take a peek at it from underneath, but you'll kind of get the feel for it. And some of these I think I'm going to route first, because I have some of these items that are needed for other items. So I think routing that first will make things a little bit easier. We just got to do these last inputs, and everything up top is done with the exception of programming. I just got to go up and tell them what it is they're making. once we get this here, you'll see why I love doing this. Just because of the... said, it makes this upper area just look really clean. It almost gives it like the look of a transistor or a circuit board. Which is someone who dealt with that. Oh, another spot I missed. For his whole Navy career. Is actually satisfying. Oh, and that's how this entire top looks. And it's going to look like that even at the end. Everything else now is going to be done underneath. Okay. So, let's bring up this now. Alright. Things that need other things. So rotors and tubes are going to be needed elsewhere. Okay, so stabilizers need the rotor. I'm not making any applicators, and inductors need the tubes. Alright. Where are my stabilizers? Where are my rotors? Okay, rotors are... Here, let me bring this over here. Okay, rotors are this entire layer here. My stabilizers are right there. So basically, I got to connect all the outputs so I can run them up to... Oh, geez. Okay, you know what? I'm going to connect them all and run them over that way. So basically, our rotors are putting out 10 a minute. So I'm only going to have 60 total made. And for 2 stabilizers, I need 20. So basically, I can take all of the output from my rotors, probably on this line here, run them all the way across. I think I'll go on the ground, and then they'll feed into there. That makes sense. Ooh. I wasn't paying attention. It looks like we have a rupture about to happen. And then we'll come back out and take care of... Why did I do that? Sometimes I do some weird stuff. Okay, let's just make this all evened out. And then that's there. All right. I think I actually... there's... Okay. I was wondering if I missed the countdown or something, but nope, there it is. I'm trying to plan out as carefully as I possibly can, you know, how I'm running things on this. It's good that I have the 480 because I can definitely add more things to a line or take that line to more things. So this should look pretty good. And it shouldn't be super hard to run. No, I don't want that. I wanted you. Oh, come on. All right. So the stabilizer takes the rotor. It also needs rods. So I could run the rods up to connect to the output of the rotor, and that would completely complete that entire path. Actually, I think I'm gonna stack these up here where I can see them there. Yeah, I think that works. Now I just gotta wait for everything to cool down. Yeah, but so far I think it's going well. It's looking good. That's the important part. Going well is nice. Looking good, more important. I don't mind if things take a little bit longer to do, as long as in the end I've got a product that I'm pleased with. Again, gotta satisfy that need and requirement for things to look clean and neat. All right, so let's let's get this rods up to there, because I want to include the rods on this path, and we only have to run it once. Okay. could do this like this. Okay, first off, I gotta delete this block because the game still requires you to actually delete the block before you can place one that goes down below the surface. I still fail to fully understand the reasoning for that, but it is a thing. Alright, so we're going to take this out of here, and it's going to be able to run basically 3 lines to places because we need a lot of rods. And let's see, that first thing we hear are rotors, and rotors need rods. Rods and wire. Okay, so I think... Yep, it works though. Oh, actually, no. Hold on. Okay, no, I gotta put a hole in the floor as well. I like to, as much as I possibly can, run things low to begin with, because then it makes it easier down the road to run other things. So if I run this to here, I still need the wolfram wire, which I can get from over there. But I'm already feeding you to that, so I don't need there. I'm trying to get it up to... Oh, no, that's all I want. Alright, so I need to get to the powder. Okay, we're going to do the same thing here and there. Okay, this is going to do the same thing as the other one. And this is going to be cross, because I like that. I like the fact that I can still take this somewhere else.
I need water.
If I need to. Okay, what's okay. Put this down the middle, if it'll let me. I don't know why we're being weird like that. Oh my god. Come on. There we go. Alright, let's get a drink and some food. I'm almost out of these, so then I can go use that other one. Okay. And then technically, all I need to really do is run this all the way across. But what I'd also like to do is, just in case... needed housings. What I've found is, in a spot like this, it's not a bad thing to give more than one thing an ability to go through. Again, because of how fast my rails are. And it's not going to be for everything, but maybe 1 or 2 things. Okay. And then I can finish running this across. Trying to make this probably one of the cleanest that I've done so far for these under areas, because I usually get to a point where something won't be able to fit the way I want it to, and then I give up and I settle, and I'd rather not settle this time. I would love to see if I can't make as close as I can all right angles here. That would be fantastic. Okay, so right now I've got rods and I've got powder. Oh, it's wire. Whoops. Okay, so we'll undo you. And we're going to keep doing this. Again, I don't know how many things I'm going to. Preferably not a lot, because I only have a certain number of things to make here in the first place. So that does give me options, okay. Okay, and then finally we got our wire. Okay. Sometimes these wires really behave weird. Usually what I have to do is like just unselect and reselect, but I don't know if doing it that way is not working this time. It's weird. I have to be very specific on the position I'm putting this. It's so weird. Okay, so now I've got wire coming down here. And then connecting with rods, which I can then connect up to here. I just need to... Oh, please, come on. And to you. The heck. Alright, fine. Apparently we gotta get a little more creative here. Okay, what the heck? What is going on? Okay, I was trying to... Yeah. Poles B are B. Poles are very annoying, so it looks like we're going to have to actually... change this up. And then do the same thing here. Actually, no, that's output. This is input. But I need to make sure. Okay, so you go into there. Go to there. You go to there. That feeds the back ones. Need you anymore. I think here would be the better spot for you. And once I get this figured out for here, I'll be able to use it for all the other spots. Okay, down the middle to here. There up to there. Ah, there we go. And there up to there. So that feeds both rows of our inputs are now completely fed. Got rods and wire. Now the outputs need to be connected. And they need to be able to run to all the way at the end. Oh, that's perfect. I think this will work. Looks like go over the top of these. Alright, so I've got this output. Oh my goodness. Yep. Alright, so it's gonna have to go here, here, here. Those are the other outputs. Because nothing else has got to run in here, I'm okay with all this stuff. Plus the fact that
the climate of Arcadia is returning.
That's right, you got to go to here. Okay, you don't want to go in there, but what if I do here? Oh, that's not what I want. Alright, I think what I need to do first, because I'm running into that same problem where I'm doing things in the wrong order. Your output, and your output. So basically, if I just put you at normal height, can I can. Oh, good. Okay. I guess I didn't need that. Alright, let's get rid of you. All that extra work I did wasn't needed. Okay. Fantastic. I was getting kind of nervous. I didn't want to put you there. You weren't even one. Okay. These are outputs. These are inputs. Okay, so this is. Okay. Yep. All of our outputs here are hanging here to the right, and they come out here to this end, and then they pop up over there. Now I need to connect you guys to this line. Which I did do these, which allow me to bypass the pole here. Okay, am I still leaving room for something to go? So that's a big thing. Okay, I'm trying to make sure that I can run things to the back. Here we go. I think I'm going to do that like this. Again, giving myself as much possible room as I can for routing things down the road, which I'll probably want to do that next just so I can have this whole area kind of finished up. And then technically, if I wanted to, I would then be able to route the excess of the storage as well. Again, this is all the rotors are on these two rows. So far, I've still been able to keep it fairly clean. I know there's going to get a point where I'm going to have to accept some minor jank, so trying as much as I can to avoid it. Okay, so now I have given myself well, we'll see. But all of our outputs are now into here. Trying to figure out which one I want. Your output, so yeah, let's do that. Put it here. And I need it for this, no, this and this. autosave. One, two. All right, let's fully connect you. That's right, you go into there, which is input, and you go into there. So stabilizers need rotors and titanium rods. And I have rods over here as well. So we've actually, with one move, we'll be completely routed. Oh, that's rods going into there. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna start. Basically, as I get one finish, I'm going to color it so it makes things easier for me to see. But again, okay, that's two things fed. So I got over here. The ones in the back here are stators. The ones in the front are tubes. Actually, for the whole 2 rows. Well, actually, tubes for this whole 3 rows. And then those are stators, and then at the back is a stabilizer, which I've already run. All right, let's do rotors first. Or, I'm sorry, tubes. So I need rods and sheets. So since I ran those there, I can run this here. All right. If the heck is this? Oh, rotor. Gotcha. Okay. I was thinking I had to catch back up, but I forgot that I don't really... I only need to go up to this point. Okay, where are my sheets? Okay, so... Ah! Okay. What the... No, that's not okay. Fine. I know I probably still need support, so let's put you there. Okay, first off, no. Well, technically, I guess I really didn't need that, but it'll probably make it easier for me to put in place. I don't know why it did that. Okay. Alright, so we're going to have you here. Okay, there's our rods coming in. There's our sheets coming in. And that's feeding into our first tube. So technically this is all I needed to do to run all these tubes. Because I need 8 tubes, so I need 480, which is exactly how much I could run on a single wire. It's almost like it was meant to be. Holy cow, this one is... This is going to be my prettiest, cleanest under the base wiring job yet. Okay, tubes are all fed. Rods and sheets also 480. Okay. When I go over here to tubes and say, you guys are done. Okay. Stators is housing and wire. And those go the rest of the way back there. Okay, where's my housing? Here. So I'm going to do similar to what I... See, I don't know if I just didn't want to be... I just didn't want to be building again. Alright. Okay, so this is our housing. Let's see. Okay, that supports instead now. Put you here. Slam you down. Connect our housing in. And we're back to this nonsense. Okay. Titanium housing and our wolfram wire is here. Yep, and there you are again. Oh, apparently we have to do that first. Just trying to copy it. Okay. Actually, it's gonna stay there. It's far enough down that it won't matter. Okay. Oh no, that's right. I forgot about that. That's still powder. Well, I'm gonna possibly need it again anyway. Except for no, not in this position. You're blocking me. Okay, wire goes to here. I'm just gonna take it off because it is my only wire, and once again, this is. It's usually worse, but this is exactly what I was referring to by trying to avoid things disappearing by placing blocks. And again, it shouldn't. It's just the way the game works right now, so there's not much you can do about it other than try to plan, but understand that your best planning may not actually be enough. Okay, can I make it all the way to here? Okay, I can. Alright, so now from here I've got housing and wire. And that is what I need for stators. And stators are the 6 back here. And that's you and you. Okay. So if I go here. Oh my god. Yeah, that's out. This is in. That works. This actually is going to be. Again, this is the last of the fabricators. Still going super well. So that's the output we have here. Okay, that's from there to there. Come on, there. To there, and then now I just need to run it across. And this goes all the way up until we get to stabilizers. Oh no. That is in the way. Okay. Takes away from perfectly squared. Actually, well, I can fix that. Don't need to fix it, but I can fix it. Okay, we'll make this again. And then I'm gonna have to do that over here as well. At the very end, where it then plugs into here. Oh, really? Okay. Actually, no, I want to copy this because it's going high, not low. Okay, now I can connect to you. Okay, first off, wrong position, height. Don't need you anymore. Save me some extra, which I don't need to do. Perfect. Yep, just the stabilizers. Okay, now stators can finish. Okay, and you guys are run together. And I think because I went that height, outputs here are fine, but these outputs are all going to have to come down by 1 block. But still, again, it's for the greater good. Unfortunately, I won't be able to run them in a straight line. We'll have to figure out a way of doing that. Like I was saying, you get towards the end and that's when you have to start making not sacrifices, but just being willing to settle. I can always bring it out to here and that'll let me run it out. Because again, outputs, I technically could combine outputs and then run them to a couple different places. Alright, so rotors are done, stators are done, tubes are done, stabilizers are done. Okay. Alright, so now the first one, titanium housing, is just going to be beams and sheets, which are here and here. What height would I have to be? Would one higher allow me to run this? It would. Okay, there's our beams. And I do the same thing over here with sheets. Okay, you had something, the other one didn't. Okay, so anyway, I think you'll also work if I go here. So let's bring you up 1. Make the connection. Perfect. Actually, I think Autosave. Carry. Okay. I gotta remember where I was. Alright, housing. Oh yeah, all the way on this side. Okay, sheets are here. So I think I need to go under. Means I could get to about here. Is that under or no? Alright, let's try you here. 1, 2. Let's give that a... Oh, no, you're not. Thought I hit the left mouse, but apparently I did not. I'm trying to do this without going all the way to the ground. If it'll let me? Okay, good, it did. Alright, and all this needs to go... So these 3 inputs. Okay, actually then... This over to here. You go to there. You go to there. There's 1, 2, and 3. And so far nothing's running yet because I haven't activated. Although, you know what? Hold on. Let's at least get the buffering going. Those should have been filling for a while now. I don't know why I waited so long to do that. So I think it's because of how far away things are. So we're just going to do a save and load. And then hopefully that should start setting all the stuff down to at least the buffers. Unless I completely hose that up. Which there's no way I got them all wrong. Wait. Something gonna show up here? Oh, no. That was weird. Yep, see, now it's all coming. I've never understood fully why this happens this way. How are my rails looking? Is everything coming in just on one single thing? Yes. Well, those are old ones. Let's see on the new one. So, and the stuff that's further away has more stuff to travel on. So when I first loaded the mod, I took all the individual parts and dropped them into this new mod folder. And the second time, I took the mod folder and dropped it inside the mod folder. So it's in both ways, but it does not seem to be making a difference. Oh, that does look cool, though. Yeah, stuff's coming from way over there. Hopefully stuff's not cut. I have a lot of distance. And again, that's one of the reasons I wanted for the buffers. So I don't have to wait for something all the way down there. Yeah, everything's still jumping. I don't know what to do about that. It's unfortunate. Again, buffers will assist. It's just that is frustrating. Okay, well, at least let's get underneath here. So I think I just got done running all the stuff for titanium housing, which means technically only have 2 more things to run. So running there and there. Okay, so the next thing is inductors, which are over here. For the next 6. I guess I can color titanium housing done. Okay, inductors are tubes and wire. Okay. So tubes were all of these. Right? Yep. I think I just need to get to this point and then I can... Oh, you're gonna do that to me again, aren't you? Oh no. Okay, I want you there. Okay, that's one. And I connect you in underneath there. Okay, sweet. Good, 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 good. Okay, so that connects those two. Okay. Oh, sweet. Except I need to make holes now. And so I'm going to try one like that, and I'm going to try one like this. Let's see this first. Will it work if I bypass that extra one? Again, I'm trying to just rule out excess stuff. So if I drop it down one, can I get you to go from there to there? I can. Okay, good. So this goes away. Now I am going to have to make a turn. When I get to where this one over here is run. So I think we have to go here, here. It's going to be the same thing, the same height and everything, but I got to get around you. So far. One, two, and then I just need to get this other three here done. Nope. We'll do it here. Oh no, we'll do it here. Okay, and then the next question is this enough? Regardless of whether I need the other one or not, these ones have to go here anyway. No! Stop, 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 stop. What is that? What is that? What is that? Oh, shoot, what am I doing? Have I been messing up this whole place? Hold on. Because it was coming off of... Hold on. We're doing rotors. I know. Tubes. Yeah, tubes are all coming out of this middle one. Okay, I've been doing it right. For some reason, I was thinking that that was where it was supposed to be coming from. It's not. Again, you're going up. You're coming down. All right. Never mind. Back to work. Thing is how I'm going to handle that you're in the right spot. You're not. I'm talking to myself here and I'm not making full, complete, coherent sentences. Sorry. Okay, let's at least try this first. Are we good here? What are we hitting? Okay, nope. So this is one spot where I did need this. Okay. And it's because I wasn't able to put it one further forward. Okay. Alright, we'll just leave them all so they're the same. Whether they all need it or not, symmetrical is symmetrical. There. Alright, good. So that should be all of the outputs of the tubes. Stop, really? There. Again, honestly, we're still looking pretty clean under here. With only one thing to go after this runs. Okay, so that's all of the tubes. And then we just need to go back here to connect to here. Yeah, I think it... stop. Dang it. Too many ways to pull you out of flight. Or out of, drone mode. Yeah, you are all stator outputs. Okay, I think you go in at 1 down. Okay. Now, besides the tubes, I also need wolfram wire. Where is the wire? Okay, it's all the way over here. And I could run it to here. And I'm just adding that to the tubes. Alright, and then now that's all run. So now I just need to come back to here. And it's going to be 6. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And our last 2 inputs here are stabilizers. Or, I'm sorry, ceramics. Let's go ahead and call these ones done. Okay, ceramics, I need calcite sheets and wolfram powder. Okay, calcite sheets should be directly back here. Okay, so far nothing's been on the ground, so I can run you all the way back here. Oh, darn it. Okay, now we go back to here. Okay. Let's hold off first. Let's at least get you. Nice. Looks like I need to fix another stability problem. Okay, what the heck? That. I am telling you, these blocks here should count as like platforms. Okay. Alright, so there's calcite sheets, and then the only other thing I need are the wolfram powder, which I believe I'm going to have to run from here. Nice. Oh, no. No, it's got to be there. Oh, come on. Dang it. Keep running into these. Okay. Alright. Oh. Are you there? Okay. Let's try this again. And again, the only reason this is painful is I'm trying so hard to keep everything clean, and I think I need to go up one. No, I have to go up one more. I can't go. Okay, never mind. And that should solve this. Up one. So now I should be able to make this connection. All right, now I just need to come over here. We're gonna go here. Up one. Okay. Up one. Just because this is how this path is coming in, so we'll just keep it. You go there. There. You go there. You go there. Okay. All the buildings are now have their inputs completed. Now the outputs need to be dealt with. Alright, stabilizer output just goes right here, which is actually stupendous. So let's get back there and label these to make things a little bit easier. And this is one of those tasks that as you knock out more and more of them, it gets some ways easier and other ways harder. Because again, right now, so far, everything in here is run pretty cleanly, which I'm kind of proud of. Okay, right, this is stabilizers. Okay, next one is tubes. Should also be a fairly easy one to run. Okay, and then we have stator. So some of these where it's kind of taken off from other things, I can, or you know, inputs, I can actually use that for also the output. So that's kind of how we're going to have to really manage this. Okay, rotor. Ceramics. Okay. Calcite sheet. Calcium powder. But again, on these ones, I would rather... Where's my powders? There it is. I would rather take it from storage to storage than I would like other things, because I want this to be pulling and emptying out that storage so the storage is filling. Okay. Wolfram plate. Wolfram wire. Wolfram powder. inductor. Okay, inductor, and then titanium sheets. Should be titanium housing. Titanium beams. Yep.
Activity detected.
So I think what I'm going to do is I want to run everything but what actually is coming from over there. Make things as easy as possible for the rest of this. So on this side, it says titanium housing. Run to there. But I also want to be taking from the actual titanium housing. Now, see, technically, as long as it's coming on something from, so if I go to here, and then over to here, this is titanium housing right here. Not paying attention. We're about to get a rupture. I need to get over there quickly. Okay. Just gotta remember that. Nope. I don't want to forget. Goes into there. And that goes into there. For now, I may come back and refix it, depends. I may have also waited too long. I don't know where I last set my sleeve. Okay, no, we're fine. Plenty of time. Only reason I'm not sure if I want to stay with what I just did there is because I just put those in front of the sheets.
Head to safety immediately.
So I gotta see how I have to run the sheets to get there. But I did the housing first because that wasn't output. And the next thing will be inductors. Which actually should be fairly easy because all of these, if I put the outputs to go this way, boom, they just go right inside. Alright, ceramics, same thing. Can maybe move them up, go inside there. Rotors will be a little more interesting as will actually no, tubes. Tubes can come up this way. Rotors, what was rotors feeding into? Stabilizers. Oh, I've got the output of the rotors right here. Okay. Which is right there. So I'd have to pull off of here, the input from here to run back to there. So, yeah, I think we're going to be fine. This is one of those things where it's like a lot of just kind of playing around, tweaking where things go, running over there. But so far, like I said, it's actually really clean. It looks pretty damn good. The way I'm going to leave it after this is I think I'm going to let it run for a little bit tonight, but I would like to have this thing fully filled up, both inputs and outputs. I still have to program the items, which may not be a bad idea. I could, while I'm working on the outputs, yeah, let's just do that. Let's go ahead and let's program it all, which means I need to go this way. Again, you cannot interact with them in the drone mode. Alright, I gotta get this picture back up here where I can look at it. Alright, so this entire area here is rotors. And hopefully these should immediately start to get... Yep, there we go. Everything's already there, ready to fill. And again, we got simple little rails that are just coming right from underneath. Okay, so It's tubes and stators for the next 2 platforms. Wait, what? Oh, 2. It's funny how it can actually tell what it can actually make based, because it already knows it's connected to. That's kind of cool. And stator. Tube and stator. Oh, come on. Really? Yeah, see, this is where we're running into a little bit some issues. Take it. That's me trying not to put too many things on one line. So once we get everything running, I may go back and look, and if there's certain areas where something's really interfering, I can always adjust it. Oh no, come on. I get the need for having those gaps, but man, they can be annoying. Hopefully once everything is filled up and then it's only taking onesie twosies, because right now it's trying to pull in mass amounts of things. Do I not have sheets on any of you? Or am I just getting slow? Okay, so this is... Alright. Let's at least get everything programmed, and then we'll come back and look at what's missing on some things. Because you guys are all missing sheets right now. Those stupid holes. Alright, tube. Stator. Yeah, we'll have to look and see what's going on here. More than likely, it's me plugging the wrong thing or something in, or forgetting to make one connection at the end, which I've done before. Alright, so these are tubes, and these are going to be stabilizers. Alright, and then back at the end, I've got 2 ceramics. And then I have 2 rows of stator, or no, 2 rows of inductors. And the other option is it could be the bottleneck down there, because I have everything running, so we'll have to look at that too. Any number of possibilities could be the issue. And then the last ones here are housing. Okay, let's come back up here and see what's going on. So you are missing wire. Okay, you all are missing wire. So the first set of them are missing wire. And then titanium sheets. You're getting wire, which means maybe it needed to fill this guy's up first before it starts sending wire over there. Wire and sheets. Okay, so you guys are missing sheets, which are coming here. I don't have them coming into you. Why not? Rods. So I've got sheets going here. Yeah, I don't think I routed them this way. Oh, it's wire first. The sheets go that way. Hold on. So wire came down here. Oh, I don't have wire running into there. What's the easiest way to get it there? Say this way. I'm gonna have to put it down. First fix, and it's gonna happen. There's so many different things to try to connect and everything. Okay, and again, I need to get down to the rotors because the rotors need the wire. Somehow I missed that. So technically, I just need to get you to here. Drop it down one. Go to there. Can I make it the entire way? Please, please, please. Colliding with something. What are we colliding with? What did we collide? Oh. Needs to be down one more. Two. Alright, this one has to be down another one yet too. Just trying to squeeze it through the eye of a needle, basically. There we go. And if I put you up into there... No, you're the end of that. That wouldn't help. Okay, I could feed it to there. And that looks like that's the corner where everything is being routed both sides. So that's going to come up here and feed those. Wait, what about the other side? Oh, here. Gotcha. So that goes up to feed there, but it also goes to feed those. Okay, do I have any wire coming? And if not, why? Because you're powder, not wire. That would 100% explain why. And that might be why I do. There's some of these look like other things, and I'll mess that up sometimes. Okay, let's move on from this. Okay, our wire is actually here. So it comes out of there. Where does this go to? Okay, don't matter. To be low enough to get underneath there. Okay, I think that's good enough. I'm gonna do the same thing here. And then we should hopefully be good.
Raptura status stable. Arcadia status stable.
That goes to there. That goes to there. That goes to there. And there we go. Okay, wire is now coming out to feed you guys. Alright. Problem one solved. Let's wait and see. Saw them coming up. There we go. Gotcha. Now we're making rotors. Okay. Problem number two are sheets. So these are indeed problems, because sitting there this long, that should not have been the case. Okay. So these are the sheets. So right now the only path I have for them is coming this way. way back there. Okay, so no, I never did connect that path. And is this the beginning of that path? How did we get to the backside? What? I'm so confused. Oh, because those are still stator, or those are stators. Tubes. Okay, hold on. Stators. Okay, you guys are good. Right? Okay, you're full. It's just this line here that needs. Okay, and it needs it all the way to the end? Have I got none of them getting? I must have hooked it up with something else. Okay. What did I hook it up with? Because it's definitely not the right item. That's the fix, but I'm still confused as to what. Something else has got to be connected to it. Is the only possible answer. Rods are coming this way. Yeah. Unless I was thinking they were Wolfram sheets and that I piggybacked. Nope. There's nothing connected to Wolfram sheets. I have no idea how I messed that up. Well, kind of I do. I'm trying to do a whole bunch of things all at once. But alright, there we go. So now it'll take a bit for it to fill up. Once this completely fully filled up, I guess it's doing it from here first. It's going to take a bit to balance. Interesting. I'm basically getting just enough to make them. Alright, let's see if we can help this up a little bit. Slight change here, or I'm going to attempt to make a slight change here. If just do this, I don't know if it's going to make it go any faster or not. Meh. Probably. It has to fact with how many of them we're doing, so technically I guess at some point the tubes will fill up. And then it'll start to build up. That's the only thing I can think of. So, alright, so anyways, you guys are already jacked full, so as soon as I hook you up to a storage, you'll start running again. Okay, and you guys are still getting, yep. Okay, you are good for stabilizers. Alright, and about back here. Okay, you are waiting on powder. Ooh, don't fall off. And you're waiting on ceramics? Okay, let's... Holy cow. Did not expect this many issues. Alright, so... Here's where everything's coming in. I've got two inputs. I've got the sheets, and apparently you are supposed to be Wolfram powder. And you are. But Wolfram powder is out. Let me try this. We are using a lot. I don't think I'm using enough of the other one. Get rid of you. That's a problem that sometimes you make, especially when you have a lot that you need to use. So you bring a lot in. You got to be careful and make sure that you're actually using both, which it would appear I did not do here. And that would explain why I'm short. I am curious as to why you're not filling up, though. There's more than enough room for stuff to be coming in. So that's another problem I need to look at once this is all done. I need to figure out why you are not backfilling. You filled up in the first place. Okay, that'll fix that. But why? And you got 3 different things connected to you. It's coming from over there. Huh. Okay. We'll look into that later, because like you can see, that's all coming in over here. Yeah, it's backfilling here. I don't know why it's not backfilling over there. I'm curious. Combine them. I would like them filling both. If I got stuff coming from there, I don't know, again, why I'm not getting it from over there. But okay, anyway, because I need it available to both. All right. Anyway, all right, so... Okay, now we're making ceramics. So now that we're making ceramics, are we feeding ceramics? No. Okay, output of you is not going to the input of you. That would cause problems. And that needs to just get to there. Okay. Let's... If I come to you... Come to you. I'm not sure... Wait. Why did I put you guys into there? That's stabilizer, not ceramics. Interesting. And why are you in the wrong height? There we go. Okay. Again, output. So 2 there. Okay, and then the ceramics are actually supposed to go still got to figure out how to get that one over there. I'm being very careful how I do this. Okay, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna do it this way. I'm going to have to get the stators in there somehow. So if I, at this point, go down low, give myself room to run stuff over the top, while still maintaining 90-degree angles. That's there. Trying to feed those inductors, which apparently we're at the other side of that. Again, more mistakes we discover. Yeah, because you're the end of the inductor, so it's got to go all the way over here. That's a good break spot. Because I believe it can go 20, and this is 18, so even if I miscounted by 1, we should still be good. Alright, and then it just needs to get to this point. Okay. Still give me the ability to run things over the top, but now I should start seeing... Yep, there goes the ceramics. Okay, and then the ceramics also need to get to there. Actually, no, I do want this one. This one. That one. I'm definitely glad they give us these abilities, because there's no way that you could route, you know, rails like this if you didn't have the ability to run them like up, down, and stuff like that. Alright, ceramics output is done. Alright, so let's see, let's keep going back over. Okay, full up on those. We're good producing. Now we're producing inductors. Make sure all these are running. Again, there shouldn't be a problem if they were daisy chained. Okay. And then I just got to make sure housing is working, and then that means everything is producing. Okay, we're good. Now we're back to outputs. Okay, I think we're fairly centralized. Labeled them all correct? Yep. Alright, gotcha. So here is ceramics. Ceramics are running in. Okay, stabilizers were here. Okay, so let's see. If I were to... How high do I want this to be? Actually, I think we're just fine like that. Not a fan of having to do this many connections, but again, making it all right angles, keeping it clean and square. Okay, and it was just these two outputs. All this to get around the pillars. Okay, now we're filling in stabilizers. Tubes are coming from that entire front. All of these. Okay. Right? The entire front row. So this is the input. This is the output. Okay, which way are we going? So we've been running the tubes only partially. Let's keep it going. Tubes. Tubes. Or actually, would it be easier to run them? Hold on. I know one of these has to be there for a connection to something else. The rest of that one can feed in, and then they can kind of connect. There we go. Okay. So you had to be there. Why do you guys keep doing that? Oh, that's so frustrating. Okay. Okay, what if I one here but run it up high? Run that up high. Perfect. Now, the reason we do this... Okay. Our first output was... here. Connecting there to... No. Fronts. Okay. Here. And then it went off to this one here. So if I could take you to there, and now we just... Let's get the rest of this connected. That's in, so we'll start pulling from some, but now I need to get the rest of these connected. One of the reasons we make sure we go over the top. I think that was the last one. Why I'm not pulling out of the... Oh, it is. Oh, okay. I think it's draining what's closest before it starts pulling from others. So that one is going to fill up pretty quick. Okay, so now we have stabilizers, tubes. Now I need stators, and stators are all coming from the two middle ones. So not here. And it's the back ones. Wait, is that all my stators already? Are you serious? Did I actually smartly do that? Oh, because it was feeding into an input. Oh, that's pretty fortuitous. Okay, what's the best way of getting over there? I need to get to there without really interrupting the rotors. What happens if... Can I make this turn? I can. I'll do that. I think that'll work. Okay, there we go. Stators are connected. Now we should start getting some of the outputs of those, I would assume. No, I plugged it into inputs. Okay. So, when I thought it was too good to be true, it was too good to be true. Okay, it's actually these. Alright, and of course, not what I meant to do. Yeah, it's these, but we have the issue of... Well, or do we? Actually, I don't even think I have to go that high, just one higher. Oh man. But I can do that. Okay, so let's just see how this works. 4. Oh, that was 5. And then this would be... Oh man. All... Wait, can I make it to there? I can. Oh, it worked. Okay, good. There. Goes there. Had to make a turn, and it worked, which is good. The rest of these should be fairly easy. Now I just need to run back. Make sure this one 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, good. All outputs are here. Now I just need to connect it to that. And there they go. All right. Okay, we got our stators. Now the rotors coming from this whole area over here. Okay. Output, output, output. What about the other outputs? Output, output, all feed into this. Is that all of them? 1, 2, 3. Okay, those are the front ones. Right. And then into there. Okay, all those outs feeds into here. Right, that's all of my rotor outs, and they're all traveling down this path. And I need to get it to there. Easiest path. Okay, I gotta figure out what we're trying to do here. Oh, okay, I can't put it there because that's there. Let's try that. Connect that on. Okay, I can connect it there. Again, this is now gone away from. There's just no way I can do this one to look good there. Okay, here. Nope, gotta go down. Gotta play with heights again. Got to get underneath. What if? So it's not all the way down. Is there a way to thread this needle to here? Again, up one. Okay. Let's see, from here to there. It does. Perfect. Okay. Oh, that one was already... Okay, let's go up one. Let's go up two then. I don't want it at different heights. I want to make sure it all matches. So all the way down. 1, 2. 2. So getting down here. Now we should be like over. It still should be able to make that connection there. No, no! Come on. Stop. here to there. Okay. Now I just need to... That. Wrong button again. Now I gotta reorient myself to where I was. Okay, yeah. We're here. So I just need to go here and then straight in. I think I do. Two. There. And yeah, I think I do need to put one here. Again. If it's going to make a change in height, I'd rather it like be like 2 spots like close to each other. I don't not kind of going over. It's okay. Let's see. Should start seeing. It's going to take a bit for them to pull them because they're down that way, but we should start seeing them. There we go. There we go. Okay, good. Took a sec. All right, ceramics. So these are the ceramics here, right? Yeah, put of the ceramics. Right. No, yeah, this should be ceramics. Yes. Okay. I'm not going to see many for a little bit because they're all being used, but again, the whole purpose of this output here is just buffers. Okay, so it's going this way. Right. Oh, I've already got ceramics going. Oh, I already routed ceramics. Never mind. And that's why there's none up there. Okay. Alright, now the rest of this is... Okay. Basic items. Now we just have to start figuring out how to get basic items. And I want to have them coming, again, off of here, so we make sure that we're fully utilizing. Okay, now I am leaning towards cheating a little bit. Instead of running one single item all the way. Because I gotta find a way to get through there. And I want to do it with as few runs as possible. So if I did this... shit. Keep forgetting about that one. Okay, what if... Can this one make it to there? No. What is in the way? There. Okay, so let's bring you up one more. So what I plan on doing is taking both the sheets and the powder and running them on one line. Okay, so now can I make you? And I got to get the path all the way through here first before I can even think about hooking them up. Now okay, that's the last of this stuff, so I'm gonna have to grab some of the other stuff now. Alright, we'll come back and fix that here in a sec. And I may do that with a few different things where I'll pick a couple things to run on one wire. Because the inputs coming from all those, what shouldn't be enough to bypass, say, 240 items, which would allow me to put 2 on a 480. Okay. can... Oh, grabbed the wrong one. Okay, this gives me both. Stop.
Nice.
Alright. I'll hold off for a sec. I can use this for water and for calories and... Yeah. We'll do that for now. Okay. We are getting there, and I do like the looks of this and everything running. All the stuff going through. I'm not as happy about not being able to easily traverse this, unfortunately. Okay, so let's get back over to here. So this is where we're aiming to get to. And we are currently here. Now the hope is if I can put a a connection here. Can I make that turn? Just need to be higher than that one. Okay, I can. What are you and why are you not going into anything? Oh, because I haven't gotten to inductors yet. Okay, well, we will in a sec. Alright, let's come back over here again. So right now I'm there. And what I need to do is to get you here. Alright. That means... Is this correct? Yep, up to... Get you to here. You to here. And it's probably going to be kind of crowded and slow at first just because I'm pulling two different things. Although I think it's like 240 a minute on each output. Get my eyes here a little bit. Anything coming in yet? Not, why not? So I haven't connected you yet. That would explain it. Put you up to there. And then... There we go. Yeah, that just is what it is. Okay, now we got Wolfram plate, Wolfram wire, Wolfram storage. Okay, oh my goodness, this is going to be interesting. Again, which is why I'm going to try to run multiples where I can. Let's take you all the way to the top. How far over here can I get? I think I can make that turn, especially if I come out the... Well, let's see if I can do out the front first so I can actually still have access to the side. Anywhere but. Okay. Oh, wait. It's these things I wanted access to on the sides. Okay, so we got wire and plate. You over this way now. Okay, if I went here, and I could go here. And then here. Okay, let's start from the back side so it'll actually fill as we pull. Okay, and I think if I come off here, I have even more. Good. I was about to get annoyed that it wasn't going to work. That goes to there. That goes to there. You Come down. Yeah, this is, for me, it always seems to be the harder part is the outputs, especially if you're trying to pull them from different areas. I tried to kind of plan things a little bit, but it didn't necessarily work the whole way. Okay, why am I not getting any wool from? What? Did I go off the wrong thing? I did. Okay, it's not this one. It was this one. And originally I thought that this was going to be able to, there we go. Yeah, it was going to be able to come up on this side here and then go in. Yep, there we go. So we got wire and sheets. Now I need powder. Now this is getting to be kind of like the spaghetti I'm used to. And not much I can really do about it. Okay, so I got powder and powder. Hey, we're actually starting to fill up now. I don't know if that's going to help speed things up at all. It should. There absolutely is no reason why you should not be helping. Especially as that one had run out. Okay, if I put you here, I gotta see where I could possibly run you to. I could probably go to here. So if I put you here, can I make that run? I can. Okay, good. So you go up to here, and you go to there. So right now I've got you guys run to this point. Where do I have to get to again? Oh, over here. Where can I go here? I bet you I could make it all the way to here. Now we're really crisscrossing things. I don't normally do all these angles like this, but this is actually possibly the only real clean way I can do this part. Okay, that's you, and then we just got to get you. Way over to here. We're actually almost done. Surprisingly, this is actually working out fairly well. Okay, now we have inductor here. That's all the outputs until there. So basically, this is probably the easiest one yet. All right, there to there. So it's literally you to you, you to you, you, you to you, you to you, and then you go. Okay, now I got sheets, housing. Housing's already been done, so sheets are first. Okay, we got beams and sheets. Can we do both of those? Thinking of doing something very similar again. So let's go all the way up. Okay, you are fully utilized. Unless I do...
I'm detecting increased rupture activity.
Dang it.
Prepare for a wave.
I had an idea. Let's get over there. It's in my head. I gotta go strike while the iron's hot. Okay. Sheets were all being utilized, but I think I could go from there. There. To there. And there to there. And then crisscrossing over to that point there, I think will... Because if I'm not mistaken, the housing is going to be in between the two, so I've got to kind of straddle that. But we're almost done. And this is doing way more than this starter area did to me the last time. And I can only imagine what I'm going to be able to do in this next section. I will be pulling all this in, but I'll wait for this. So right now, here's the zone we're in. Gonna be that starter zone. So this is what I was making there. And even then I was, you know, kind of going a little bit negative on stuff, but I'm using the buffer, so I'm okay with that. But, you know, 6, 1, 480, 210, come over to the second zone. I haven't figured out what I want to build yet. We got a whole bunch more stuff coming in. Plus we got the helium, plus we got the sulfur, plus we got the stuff coming in from the other one. And the intent is, actually, let me get this back where I want it. The way I'm looking at this. Oh, come on, what the heck? That is very weird. The plan that I have for this one, my screen was doing weird stuff, is similar to what we did here. The output of every one of these feeder factories feeds into a large storage. That large storage then goes out, feeds into our base here, where each one of the items feeds into another large storage. It goes through, makes what it wants, and on the output is yet another large storage. I am going to be running 3 5-wide rails, which represent each of the output storages up over the hill, over towards our next base, into, yet again, a large storage. So it's going to be fully filled up. The output's going to be fully filled up. All the inputs are fully filled up. All the feeders are fully filled up. So if I start something and need it, it'll immediately pull from the buffers and then backfill. So even though in that one I've gone a little bit over on some of the things, not major, not huge, but a little bit over, we will still be fine. It's going to take a while of constant crafting before we get to a point that it actually runs out, is the plan. And then again, that's what I'm going to do the entire way. My previous plan, which was still a snowball, and I still call this a snowball because we were pushing everything forward, that though had me do like bases like this, and then the output would go into a dispatcher, and then all of that would get sent to a next intermediate base where I'd do a bunch of smaller ones and then push that. In this case, everything's just going to keep pushing forward on rails, so the output of the next one may be as many as 6 plus 5 rails pushing to our next location. And the rails take a little bit, but if I have that many buffer storages of everything in the entire line going through, the thought process in my mind is that I will be able to craft a lot of the late game, end game things before it actually gets to a point where it's empty all the way back at the beginning. And then if that happens, I can just let it run for a while and then come back up and do it again. So I'm pretty sure that this should keep us going till pretty late game. Alright, so my idea here was to run this all the way back to here. I think if I can make that run, because oh yeah, as long as it's not too far, and if it is, I'm sure I can put it somewhere in the middle too. But if I run it to here, I can take you into there, and I've already done the housing. You into there. Yeah, this is the housing outputs, and then I ran the housing from up front. Okay, so the only thing left to run to our storage are the beams. And he's sitting here waiting for it. I've got 2 beam outputs, so I've got to combine them into one. And again, see what I can see you all the way over there. So let's do this one more time. We'll run you all the way up. I should be able to take you straight in. You over there. You to go there, and then now you're feeding. And everything, some slower than others, but everything is basically filling up. And then once these are completely filled up and the fabricating machines are completely filled up, then the inputs over here will then once again fill up. And then once these are all filled up, all of these output ones will also fill up. So I've got so many buffered layers in here, and this is only the first factory. And I would say that this first factory looks tight and clean. Which again, those are the 3 things that I'm trying for in all my factories and on this entire playthrough build. Is I want it to be efficient, I want it to be neat, and I want it clean. So the intention of that layer is that's where all the nastiness hides. But then you come up and look at it, everything looks cool. Again, all of our rails are coming in. I would say those are very, as much as I can, going with right angles and things like that. So, yep, I think this is a fantastic place to stop. Tomorrow, we will get outputs off of all of these, and we're going to start that run up to there, and then down into the valley, and then that's where our next base is going to go. I think this time I really want to figure out where I want the central base to be initially. Get that set up so I can take inputs, and then we'll start with these inputs coming in and then add all the other ones as we complete feeders. But anyway, like I said, that's where I'm going to go ahead and leave off for tonight. So first off, I want to thank you everybody for coming, hanging out. I really appreciate it. This was a fun stream, accomplished a ton. If you're watching on Twitch or even on the playbacks on Twitch and you haven't already followed, I'd appreciate it if you would consider it. And for those watching on YouTube, again, if you enjoyed this, please hit that like button, leave comments below, and if you haven't already subscribed, I would really appreciate it if you would consider that. But with that being said, thanks for watching, and I will see you next time.